like it's gonna be the big guns. That's the last of them. Time to come home.
Not everyone can sing or dance, and that's okay.
What's up? Let's see. Buen hallazgo. Good find. Ahí luego nos vemos.
So, how can I help? Let me know when you have something.
Tagfer is the last example of his entire species. That
One must make the best. The Cavia are wary of our visitor. I have reassured to work. Oh, I'll just pop up. Be patient with me, Tenno. I am still. I'll just put. We truly very good, Tenno. To do what you do, maybe I'll just. Our service is but a shadow of yours.
Greetings. May I be of assistance? Are you interested in a business exchange? I am sorry we were not able to arrive. Be pragmatic in all aspects of life. must ask that you keep our dealings a secret from Mother. Exercise caution whenever possible.
Come, Tagfer. Let's have you. I do hope Tagfer understands what occurred was. Oh, yes, what was? Very well. Papa knew that the path to understanding this universe lay in mastering the elemental forces. So, Papa invented the crucibles, alchemic devices for combining the simple elemental forces into complex forces. Through the crucibles, Papa's work can live on. Crucible! You must feed it the correct ampoules. Capsules of elemental forces compressed to a near impossible density. Volatile enough to be used as a grenade, should the need present itself. The problem? Our adversaries have taken Papa's ampoules, and repatriate them. A magnetic force can be created by electrical stimulation of an intensely cold subject. should you feel the need to withdraw, the path to the sanctum is open to you. Naturally. You'll require ampoules of toxin and electricity.
How can I help? Let me know when you have something.
Please select destination.
You know how mold can grow on your water filter if you don't clean it enough? Well, shouldn't build up off the health credits unless you want to get unsubscribed from life. The Scaldra have been issued Spore X charges. Little bursts of filtration. Keep an eye out. They might save a life. Spores collecting on that scrubber. You need to shoot them off. the matter, Techron? Got a little tummy ache? Hell Scrubber, coming up. Oops, Scaldra noticed too. They're coming for you.
Here the jocks. There's only one guy here that's your type. It's me.
You're gonna lose that Scrubber, bucko! If the buildup gets any worse, it's gonna start making decisions. I told you to clean your hell scrubbers. Now look at what you have to deal with. Gosh, I sound like my mom. Hell scrubber coming up near you.
Target down.
Scaldra is distracted, I'm taking the opportunity to make some new acquisitions. Like this. Don't worry, I'll share. You've done enough. Marking extraction. Nice. You could do more. A lot more. You've really just done the minimum.
Now you might be wondering if I'm holding back on y'all. Dreamers. That's all from me.
Please select destination. Adding route.
This sector is home to a Skaldra high-security cache. If Fervon charges will get you inside, but you've gotta be quick. They're rigged to self-destruct. You don't crack that cache soon, it's gonna deadlock permanently. Clock's ticking. Look for Fervon charges. Their numbers are dwindling. We can't stop now. Any survivors will be transferred to a new squad. You looted the clubhouse! Guess what? Their heaviest hitters are now on the way.
You are trying my patience with these antics. Stormfall troops. Make these heathens go away.
It was a disappointing performance.
Stormfall. Have faith. But your sacrifice today in the name of Soul and Skaldra will not be in vain. A place has surely been prepared for you in the Hall of Heaven.
I'm not about to start a solo career. Well, not now anyway. Yeah. Yeah. We're feeling the love tonight. Are you? If you're into jocks, there's only one guy here that's your type. It's me.
That's the last one. Time to come home.
Scourger Purge Squad thought to sweep the block. Got smoked. So we're cleaning up their whole damn mess. Make what's right. Scourge your supply cache in the area. You get near, it will start ticking. Self-destruct. Need to be quick to get the goods. Supply cache flipped into self-destruct. Get worksy, fewer fervor charges your pocket. And know this, open that thing and the tech bubbles get riled up crazy. Halfway there. On the job, no quit. Fam, tech rot's well mad. Situation's about to be proper mental. Sent the tech rock back to the Stone Age. Bring it home, fam.
Please select destination. Plotting.
Scrubber's getting choked out. Fix it. buildup, stat! I hear Scaldra want these things back, but not even Scaldra's willing to come down here to let this rot. Good thing you're not as smart as Scaldra. Now get to work. So, breathing a little easier? Another hell scrubber getting puked up. Although it's only puke if it comes out of the tech rot's mouth. But that's not a mouth. Just hell scrubbers coming out of the rot. There's some stuff we might be in for here. Like this. See? My ass is out here on the line too. Okay, marking extraction. You can pull the ripcord whenever you need to. I won't judge you. activated scrubbers, set off some spore X, or get the hell out of there! Now you get to do things the hard way.
Please select destination.
The party has arrived!
Crew, fire on board. Location marked. Fire crew, stand down.
Bro, she cut her hair. Classic bad breakup response. I got this in the bag. What can I say? We missed you!
Heavy fire. Fires extinguished. Scrubbing atmosphere.
I just want to have fun, man. Is that so bad?
Systems recovering. Doors open. It is showtime.
Every city's got beautiful ladies. What's your issue, dude? Take a pill. There ain't bad teams, just bad leaders, bro. you some gaze.
Space is silent again, as it should be. Let us go home.
Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
Meditation. If we do not control the enemy will control us.
What? Oh, how Zeki were artists. When they killed.
Please select destination. Please select plotting route.
Scourger Purge Squad thought to sweep the block. Got smoked. So we're cleaning up their whole damn mess. Make things right. See? Scourge your supply cache in the area. You get near, it will start ticking. self-destruct. Need to be quick to get the goods.
If Amir's take on the situation is accurate, you are now being stalked by a knockoff clone of a popular late 20th century boy band. If you need backup, you know where to find us.
Supply cache flipped into self-destruct. Get worksy, fewer fervor charges you're popping. But know this, open that thing and the tech rot will get riled up crazy. Fam, tech rot's well mad. Situation's about to get proper mental. Ain't no man getting bested by no tech rotted fax machine.
Everyone's entitled to their own opinions, even wrong ones.
Quit in time, fam. Bring it home.
just a computer whiz.
Please select destination.
At the end of the day, I really think everyone's doing the best they can. You know?
Please select destination. Plotting route.
Scourge your supply cache in the area. You get near, it will start ticking. Self-destruct. Need to be quick to get the goods. Yo! Supply cache clocked you. A fervent charge or two will melt that lot proper. Ain't no man getting bested by no tech-rotted fax machine. Tech was well mad. Situation's about to be proper mental.
Yeah! We're feeling the love tonight! Are you?
Ain't nobody gonna mess with the Hex now. Not Scaldra, not Tech Rot. You feel me? Now extract yourself.
Plotting route.
Today, the patient is Holvania herself. She's choking on tech rot spores and they're spreading. Skaldra built hell scrubbers to purge the rot. Those idiot menials couldn't keep them clean. Rot just absorbed them. I'm hoping you're a little better at your job. Flame the first scrubber. Hey, be on the lookout for Spore X charges. Every little bit counts. These scrubbers are prone to spore growth. Don't shoot it off and it could become fatal. For the scrubber and you. Comprende? Injection is like activated charcoal to the tech rot. Makes them puke these hell scrubbers right back up.
Not everyone can sing or dance, and that's okay.
Was a disappointing performance.
Hell scrubber ready for you. Bringing it a little close, no? Breathing a little easier? out it's not just hell scrubbers coming out of the rot. There's some stuff we might be interested in. Like this. See? My ass is out here on the line too. Marking extraction. Use it when you need it, but only if you need it. Hey, you think I'm playing? Shoot that buildup off now! Spore contamination is getting out of hand. Start holding your breath. Situation critical. Great. You lost a scrubber, but that's the least of your problems. Contamination. There's no saving it now. Get out while you can.
I worry about Zeke sometimes.
Please select destination. Plotting route.
She hurts. You must protect her or she cannot help you. Kalimo's found the Legosite. Harvest it. an escape or we'll never find it again. And this mission will be a failure. Now consume the beast. It is done. Either flee to extraction now, or if you have it in you, ask Kalimos to find the next Legosite. Remember, the tech rot evolves quickly, and your next battle will be harder still. So we reclaim what the tech rot has taken from us. Seek out Kalimos. A full medical effort. Do you think you can do more next time?
Please select destination. Please select destination. Plotting route.
Tekrot's proper pissed off. Hitters coming out of every nook and crook. I say, let them come. Clearing them out. Bet it smells better and all. Quitting time, fam. Bring it home.
Please select destination. Plotting route.
This code injection is like activated charcoal to the tech rot. Makes them puke these hell scrubbers right back up.
Yeah! We're feeling the love tonight. Are you?
Spore contamination is getting out of hand. Start holding your breath.
You take this so seriously, Aguilar.
Another hell scrubber Although it's only puke if it comes out of the tech rot's mouth. That's not a mouth. Hey, you think I'm playing? Shoot that buildup off now! Turns out it's not just hell scrubbers coming out of the rot. There's some stuff in there I'm interested in. Like this. See? My ass is out here on the line too. Okay, marking extraction. You can pull the ripcord whenever you need to. I won't judge. Hey, I need 20 cc's of fix your damn shit! Now you get to do things the hard way. Playing it a little close, no?
Plotting route.
That's it, Kalimos. Good girl. Now, we are not going to let any harm come to that precious feline, are we? Grab those ferret glands and let Kalimos have a whiff of them. That will help her find our target. Kalimos, quickly now to her side.
Twist in the street can make people lucky I've got my bros around.
Sorry, online's not looking for a sixth member.
Kalimos found the Legasite. Harvest it. It's on the move. It mustn't escape or we'll never find it again. And this mission will be a failure. Now consume the beast. It is done. Either flee to extraction now, or if you have it in you, ask Kalimos to find the next Legasite. Remember, the tech rot evolves quickly, and your next battle will be harder still. Our feline friend yearns for another hunt. Will you oblige? A formidable effort. Do you think you can do more next time? Seek out Kalimos.
Select destination.
Oh, how many boards does this game have? worry about Zeke sometimes. At the end of the day, I really think...
Plotting route.
Sector's vex. TV's gone mental, mashing up everything they see. About time we discipline the horror. All of them. We put them in the ground. Feel me? Scourge your supply cache in the area. You get near, it will start ticking. Self-destruct. Need to be quick to get the goods. Yo! Supply cache clock you. Further on charge or two will melt that lot proper. Line them up and cut them down. Half done. Fam, tech rot's well mad. Situation's about to get proper mental. In time, fam. Bring it home.
10 years, I have been polishing this sword. Its frosty edge has never been put to the test. Now, I am holding it and showing it to you, sir. Is there anyone suffering from injustice? Keep living, dreamers. Nora is all about incentivizing. That's all we have time for.
I'll be back in a moment. All right, so I'm gonna eat some food right now because I haven't eaten yet. Oh, okay. So yesterday we left off. What's up, buddy? We left off. We left off here. I didn't really do anything. But today I get online and I come across this, and you can almost guess, if you know anything about NBC, you have an idea of what kind of theater this is. Tell me if you notice something.
Where the Attorney General had appeared for that hearing in front of the House Judiciary Committee. I want to do just a couple of show of hands moments on how you feel about that, and then I want to talk about your reaction to everything we heard today.
Do you hear? You show of hands moments. Sounds familiar, right?
Today. So with the show of hands, can you show me your hands if you were satisfied with what you heard from the Attorney General today? Nobody. Show of hands if you are frustrated with what you heard.
Very much so.
Very much so.
Now, I'm not advocating for her Bondi basically dodging everything, but at the same time, the questions weren't being asked to be answered. They were being asked as an alienation factor. So this whole theater show of hands moments, they tried this on the floor. It didn't work out too well for them because it's theater. And I feel for these people because they're going to be paraded around like circus monkeys.
Teresa, tell me more about that.
Well, going into this morning, and much of this process, I have this perspective that you need to give people the opportunity to do what they say they're going to do, to fulfill their word, put their money where their mouth is, so to speak. And we have yet again seen that go the complete opposite direction of there's no integrity. There was no integrity in that room today, it seemed like, as far when it came to Epstein and Maxwell. You know, there was a lot of expression of other good outcomes on things, and I can agree with a lot.
I said that. I said that it's great and all that we have good outcomes on stuff, but something that's been going on for multiple presidential generations is unacceptable, because they're saying that we'd much rather hide all that behind the stock market. And the hell's his name? Earlmania. He was echoing something that I have been echoing for months now. I don't care what the stock market looks like. I don't care what gas and groceries look like. We're still being robbed at every corner. Every other corner. And he was just echoing it this morning.
A lot of
about the Bondi hearing.
There was nothing that gave us any bit of hope of any kind of integrity and doing the right thing when it comes to Epstein Maxwell accountability, further investigation, which she claimed was happening. And we're going to be waiting to see the outcome of that and see if that's an accurate, legitimate statement.
Danny, I see you nodding and shaking your head.
I think there was such a lack of empathy today. There was such a lack of, honestly, humanity today. Something that, I think all of us felt a little devastated about was that she had 3 opportunities to address survivors. We stood up, and all she had to do was turn around, and she could.
See, that's a dog and pony show. You want answers. You don't want acknowledgement. You want answers. If you're doing this because you're in it for the acknowledgement, then you've stepped out of the victimhood thing. Like, she shouldn't have to sit here and look you in your face and say, I'm sorry for something that was done by an entire department. She should have said, I'm sorry that that happened. I will be figuring out how and why it happened. She should have said something like that. But trying to get this little theatrical moment of her turning around and, oh, I'm so sorry. Like, that's not what you all really want. And if that's what you really want, then you're not a victim anymore. You're someone who's seeking attention. You're seeking attention based on your trauma. And at that rate, there are millions of people across the world who've lived a trauma, a massive trauma, and yet they're not sitting here seeking this attention from it. You don't want attention. You want answers. There's a difference. And saying that, oh, I needed her to turn around and acknowledge me, that's childish. I'm sorry that this happened to you, but that's childish. You don't need acknowledged. You need answers. That's it. As do we all. We will all like to know how this happened to you all. Does that mean we all have to acknowledge you to try to find the answers? No, it doesn't. Because, again, sorry it happened to you, but you're not the only person this is happening to, or has happened to, and is happening to. There are people that are still living in this kind of hell, with their captors saying, yeah, don't think that you're about to get free like them people did. It's terrible. It's unfortunate, but you can't sit and say, I want my attention. I want attention. It's not going to get answers. Asking her the questions that needed asked. Like, Massey was on the right track, but Massey kind of fell off the wagon going after the same thing. Like, we've already established there was some type of level of incompetence, sabotage, whatever, you name it. We've already established there's some level of that. So keep beating the same thing over and over again. That's why I said they didn't want her to really answer the question. They wanted to make a show of it. They wanted to make these people mad that she's not answering the question. Well, you all are sitting there. You all say this all the same thing. The moment she goes to answer the question, even if it's in her own way, she got one word in and stepped on. One word in and stepped on. It was a reoccurring theme. And that's a reoccurring theme throughout all of these little processes, because these hearings and these depositions aren't really meant to solve our problems. They're meant to make a show and a mockery of our problems. Then they go back to normal, do whatever they were doing before, with no one the wiser. Then they're writing the next thing they're gonna do into the next TV episode of something, probably The Simpsons. Just bad theater.
Could not even turn around and face us for so many years.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but you didn't need her to turn around and acknowledge it. You need to
the way
answer.
that she handled today is often the way that
and she was asked by one of the members of Congress to turn around and address you.
I felt really degraded. I felt that she's not taking at all any accountability. She's not following any.
Again, This isn't solving anything. This is what I was talking about. This is NBC theater set up to enrage the population. Oh my God, I can't believe she didn't turn around and acknowledge them. All she should have done, and all it should have been required of her, was to apologize for the incompetence. Because that's about as far as it matters. Her turning around and acknowledging you and saying I'm sorry to you, it's really, is that gonna solve anything? Is it gonna solve the crimes that are being committed? No, it's not. It's gonna do nothing other than inflate your ego, because it's not gonna. I feel degraded. I feel degraded. But yet here you are on what once was live TV, able to tell your story now. So do you really feel degraded, or did you get your spotlight like you wanted to? Again, it's terrible. It's an awful situation, but don't use it to propel yourself onto a platform to attack someone who might actually be on your side. We don't know where she stands on it all. She just knows she's being pushed, pulled, and thrown in every direction possible to account for some answers and questions that are thrust in her direction. And her own incompetence and her hiring in cross-eyed idiots into her department are kind of the problem. But again, I don't think it's straight up incompetence. I think that it was partly incompetence due to the fact that no one was making sure that no one was slipping stuff in and into the documents, because that's what that feels like. That feels like slipping things into the documents to otherwise put targets on people's backs that otherwise weren't known. And I don't think it was by her department. I think it was by somebody who got in, infiltrated essentially, and did that. They don't go from redacting everything to just saying, "Oh, screw it, we're done. We're done with it." And what better time to be done with it is when we're on the victim list. Then they're like, "Oh yeah, nah, let's just go back to redacting hardcore everything." So yeah, NBC is over here echoing the same thing. And it's not really what the words are being said. It's a show of hands, show of hands. Like, what are we in elementary school? Is this how reporting actually works? Show of hands, class. Let's who feels degraded? Everybody, yeah. Said it was all theater. It was all a show. And I already said it. She wasn't planning on answering any of the questions about the Epstein files. She just wanted people to pat her on the back for what they were already doing. She's being told by Trump to squash the Epstein thing as fast as possible. And it's not going to happen. It won't go away. And I started to watch this. This is not really shocking, but it's quite understandable. This is basically what I've been saying. You'll see how zombified he is and the chick across from them are, and you'll see kind of like a realization in Hassan.
Okay, let's watch it.
For him. Disappointed in
Who do you
Gavin
vote for,
Newsom.
J.D. Vance?
Right out of the gate. Right out of the gate. He already does not want to be part of the conversation. He's already kind of annoyed that this is where the conversation's going.
Or Gavin Newsom?
Well, I'd have to vote for Gavin Newsom,
Me
of course,
too.
100%.
I wouldn't blink.
There's no
What
doubt.
about you, Hassan?
I'd probably vote third party.
You would?
Oh, yeah.
Again,
I mean,
he said the moment he said that, it broke her whole thing. She went straight into that's not what I was hoping you would say, let alone what I expected you to say. And his reasons are very valid.
I mean, at that point, it doesn't even matter. Like, because my policy on this is the same as like my refusal to endorse Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
The reason why I did not endorse Kamala Harris was because she did things that were not only unproductive but also unconscionable.
I gotta say it. I think Hassan's right. I do. I don't think that you should have the moral authority to tell someone that they're obligated to choose the lesser of two evils if they feel uncomfortable doing so. And I think that he has every right to make a basically be a conscientious objector to an election and choose not to vote for those lesser of two evils. I think the people that are angry at him are being unfair.
Yeah, and to be honest, if I even vote in any of the next elections, it will be for the nobody, for the name that nobody knows on the list. And if I have to write in my own name because I know everybody's name on that list, so be it. Nobody knows me, and if everybody does the same, write in yourself. Write in yourself. Oh, well, you need to do a process. No, you don't. The process for writing in yourself is just that. If you don't have a space for it, don't put anybody. The entire country, or the majority, needs to tell the Electoral College and the politicians themselves that we will no longer blindly participate in your cockfight game where we're the cocks fighting each other while you bet on who's going to kill who and then claiming our assets at the same time. We're done playing in the game. We're done with that game. And we're going to start writing a new game. And the new game is the next election will be more of an investigation than electing the new leader of the free world or the new talking head of the free world, not really leading anything, because we already know who ends up leading the country no matter who gets elected into the office. It's Bibi Netanyahu and Israel. That's who ends up running our country. And it hasn't been the United States of America in a long time. It's basically been the United States of Bibi Netanyahu's Israel for a very long time. So it's kind of not surprising to hear him say this.
And I still stand on that. I still talk about it all the time because people constantly bring it up. They're like, you didn't sufficiently like promote Kamala Harris.
But like, there's also like, this is the other truth, right? The two people, Renee Good and Alex Preddy, would probably still be alive right now if Kamala Harris was the president. This is undeniable, and I think that you should acknowledge that whenever you say, if you're going to be making a principled voting decision, there will be consequences for that. And in not choosing the lesser of two evils, sometimes you end up getting the greater of those two evils. And again, am I wrong about this? You need long-term thinking. You do, but like, even if you like, having long-term thinking doesn't remove your accountability. Like, both things are true. You should say, yes, they died, that's bad, or whatever, but this is still where my principles are. I think that trying to, assume that nothing else bad happened is unfair. You can't put those deaths because of that. Okay, I'm gonna pull you up. How many people will be dead because of illegal migrants? I understand that. Do you think that they would still be alive right now if Kamala Harris was the president?
I'm going to say yes, they would still be alive for the simple fact that ICE wouldn't be deployed throughout the country. Border Patrol wouldn't be deployed throughout the country. The borders would be open. Now, see, there would be the good lady and Pretty, but in different forms. With the borders being wide open, we'd be flooded. We'd be flooded by all the criminals and convicts from around the world. So it could be a different situation where we have Renee Good and Alex Pretty, but in a different context. It could be, and I'm not saying it's that's how it's going to be, but it's a probability. It's still a probability that people would have still died, but at the hands of criminals instead of ICE. Again, that's the lesser of the two evils type thing. And essentially what Hassan is falling away from is the fact that no matter what evil you're going to get, there's still going to be an overwhelming amount of evil to where, why did you make that choice to begin with? It's going to, I mean, why not go in the opposite direction of either of those two evils, which would be a third party? Someone whose policies actually sound like they're for people, and their history of policy has been more for people policies, not like the fake for people policies like Bernie Sanders puts up. Because Bernie Sanders is nothing more than another rich person trying to enact some goofy socialist policies that gives to people that don't deserve to be given to. Where it would also be another open the borders because our population's dwindling. We got like 7 people in the entire population. We need to bring in foreigners to bring up our population. Those are the kinds of policies that people like Bernie Sanders push. God, my ears itching. And no, Bernie Sanders wouldn't have been a really good choice. He would have been just as bad as a Democrat. He would have found a different way to open up the borders, flood the streets with poor people that are just nothing more than cheap labor. They don't bring in actual value to the country. They're just cheap labor.
I want you to think for yourself. I want you to come to a conclusion by using your own mind. I want you to think for yourself right now. Don't tell me what somebody else said. What do you think? And don't answer a different question. There's no way to tell. Just like others might be dead because she's not. No. You didn't answer. So there's no way to tell. So was Kamala Harris going to use ICE to go around and remove and deport illegal aliens? Was she going to do that the same way Trump did in Minnesota? Bro, voting doesn't matter. I don't understand why people around the world are obsessed with this bullshit. I mean, yeah, you absolutely should vote. Don't ever think that voting doesn't matter. Like, two things are true. You should never be pressured into voting if you don't feel comfortable voting for a candidate. And also, voting does matter, and you should always vote if you choose to vote. Both things are true. No, I mean, like, the argument makes no sense, just like other Americans could have died because...
See, there's a caveat to that, though. If you don't vote, if the majority doesn't vote as a form of protest, it triggers internal investigations within our politics. No matter who is voted into president, yes, they'll be voted into the presidential office, but everything, all the results for everything will be called into investigation. It will trigger a massive amounts of investigations to find out why the majority of the citizens of the population of the country did not vote as a sign of protest. What are they protesting? It would trigger a massive investigation through our political system. That's what would happen. Yes, the results would be as they are, but it would be a very flimsy result. It would be those results stand pending the outcome of the investigation. Because if it comes to find out that the political system has been tainted completely, and that's what the citizens are protesting, then it's basically a restart button in our entire political system. And we have to go back through a process of re-electing new people, and that's of all the levels. It sweeps through the entire political system because all of it gets called into question. So that's the caveat to not voting. If you're not voting because you don't trust the results, you don't believe in the candidates, whatever, that's a sign of protest. And if you don't believe the elections mean anything, not voting means just as much as voting because you believe in it all. So don't feel like you have to vote because that's the only way the system survives. No, the system will survive because we are still here. Our politicians don't make our country. They never will.
Because the illegals,
they'll make it shit.
Exactly. So there are acceptable casualties, and there are consequences that lead to people dying by making decisions for not voting for the lesser of two evils. This is an objective reality. It is. And you're right. It's a wash, right? Sometimes people get killed in one way. Sometimes they get killed in another way. But to act like that's not what's happening is not true. All I want is for people to be honest. Just be honest. That's all I'm asking. I'm not asking for a lot, am I? I think I'm being pretty reasonable. Yeah, pointless to make because she wasn't elected. Well, what I'm saying is that, no. Here's what my point is that there are tangible negative effects Trump has made towards liberal agendas. And Hassan and the people like him who chose not to vote for Kamala Harris on a principled decision basis, based off of how she treated Gaza or how she looked at, for example, ICE or anything else, their decision and their unwillingness to vote for that lesser of two evils has caused people and has eroded the values of the things that they support. Now, you can say that look at the bigger picture, and I would even agree with you, but in the short term, that has happened, and it's undeniable that that's happened. But I just don't think that's the reason why you should pressure him into doing it. Every decision has consequences. To pretend like it doesn't is a lie.
Efficiently, like, promote Kamala Harris. You're the reason why she lost. And I'm like, I am incapable. There is no singular force in this country that is capable of making or breaking an election. And if that was real, then it is the most idiotic thing not to listen to my demands. But everybody knows that that's not real, right? If I had this singular force to be able to make Kamala Harris the president, then Kamala Harris should be coming to me every day.
I think it's undeniable that people that are trying to push for a third party, like, yeah, obviously they do hold a sway in the election, depending on what happens, for sure.
And being like, let me do a collab with you, please.
Totally.
Right? That's not the case, of course, and they know it. That's why they didn't do it. But the campaigns are always responsible for whether or not they are able to win the crowds, win the population over, and combat against the couch. Not necessarily even against the Republican Party, but usually you're fighting against the couch. People who just don't go out and vote.
Yeah, he's right.
And for me, the way I see it is if the Democratic establishment makes this decision one more time, just as they did with Hillary Clinton, just as they did with Kamala Harris, and in some ways just as they did with Joe Biden as well.
I think that's one of the reasons why Hillary Clinton didn't win. It's because they obviously, like, they roached out on Bernie. I think that if they had given Bernie an honest shot and the voters for Bernie felt like he was treated properly, I bet Hillary Clinton might have won the election. And the reason why is because at least they wouldn't have been disrespected and lied to and manipulated. But whenever you take and you sideline your most passionate group of people who care the most about your ideals, Bernie was a liar? Okay, well, if he's a liar, then what does that make Hillary Clinton? Yeah, so if you sideline those people, you demotivate them.
We really got to answer that?
You do. Third parties.
We know what that makes Hillary.
I know that, but like inside of swing states and certain different districts, they do make a difference and an impact.
So yeah, so it looks like Hassan is kind of over the ideology politics. Oh. Starting now. I thought it was already going.
For years, the Epstein scandal raised questions about power and accountability. Now, a sweeping release of Justice Department records is raising them again, this time about former Prince Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, and newly released records referencing continued contact after Epstein's conviction. And this, as the Thames Valley Police confirmed, they are assessing a complaint over the possible sharing of confidential trade information with Jeffrey Epstein. We are breaking down what the documents show, how the royal connection evolved, and why the scrutiny is escalating now. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Now, by the way, if you're putting things out on social media, if you're into content creation, if you're wondering how we put so many of these clips out there so quickly, we use something called Opus Clip. This is an all-in-one AI editor that makes it so easy to cut, create, and upload videos across any platform. Through AI, Opus Clip generates B-roll, it reframes footage, and it even cleans up audio.
They
It's
charge
so easy.
you like
just
tokens and shit like that to use the service. Yeah, don't pretend like it's that good. It's a constant pay to play service. I used it, and yeah, no, it's.
Visit opus.pro/sidebar. You
costs
sign up, you upload, and
all
in
the
minutes you have
time.
perfectly edited clips ready to go. For TikTok, Shorts, Reels, Opus Clip is your one-stop shop. And having a tool like Opus Clip means that our producers can get you viral court.
I'll show you. Thought it was already signed in. Okay. That 300 credits. So let's do. Yeah, they don't even have Twitch. We'll try this. All right, well. No, the upload's gonna take forever, so we'll just go over here. We'll do this one. I think that. I'll let it do its thing. I'll show you. It's this 300 credits is gonna go quick, fast, in a hurry. Quick, fast, in a hurry. Whatever. Click length. Okay, so got it kind of set up. See that? For 261 minutes of video. We'll run it through there. It's going to take the tokens, but to do anything, it's going to take more tokens. In order to actually do anything, it's going to cost even more tokens. Watch. So right now, it's doing that. It took the credits. Excuse me. Sorry, bud. I'm just sneezing. Like I said, this is one of those credit websites. That's why I said that I was bashing Google's thing, because they give you this credits thing, and they're expensive. So we'll do the add more credits. 600 costs $58. 1,500 cost $145. 300 costs $30. So every time you do a video, it's going to cost you $30. Even if you pay for a subscription, they give you a set amount, but you're going to burn through them really fast. Like, I had the pro plan. I signed up for the pro plan, got some free time on the pro plan, but realized these were super expensive and you burn through them really fast. So I canceled my plan. All right, so that's going to take forever. So yeah, Opus Clip, no, it's not as good as it's what it's being advertised as. It's expensive.
As we continue to dig deeper into the Epstein story, we keep hearing the same phrase, dark secrets coming to light. And one of those secrets has centered around the royals, the UK. We hear a lot about it, right? For more than a decade, the name Jeffrey Epstein has been synonymous with one of the most disturbing abuse scandals in modern history, a case that touched politicians, financiers, royalty. And in the United Kingdom, that is what we got to talk about, because no name has loomed larger in this shadow than former Prince Andrew, the brother of the king. That is what we want to focus on right now, because there is so much talk about Andrew and what came out and the fallout in the royal family that we thought, let's make sense of it all, right? Because you hear a lot about it, it's confusing. And with this sweeping release of documents, which we have been dissecting almost every day, thousands of pages of emails, photographs, internal communications, all now in public view, it raises a lot of questions.
Yeah, I've been going through them, but
the fallout.
it's super slow when you don't have a tool like the one that Ian's got. I'd love to get a hold of that
appears to have
tool.
been an ongoing, maybe even advisory relationship with a senior member of the British royal family after his conviction. Why do some of these documents seemingly reference communications that touch on sensitive government matters? And why are these questions being asked seriously now? Oh, and by the way, with all this coming out about Andrew, in another stunning development, the palace has now responded. King Charles III has issued a statement, a move that marks a notable shift in tone and strategy. So that's what we want to get into, and we're going to get into it right now. So for decades, it was clear from all of the materials and evidence so far that Jeffrey Epstein moved easily through elite circles, hosting lavish gatherings, cultivating influential relationships, presenting himself as a man of extraordinary access. But in 2008, that facade cracked. That is when Epstein pled guilty to Florida state charges, one count of soliciting prostitution and one count of soliciting prostitution from someone under the age of 18. And as part of this sweetheart deal that you hear so much about, he served just 13 months. He was able to avoid federal charges. It was a work release program, remember that? And again, very, very controversial. And it seems that even after that happened, even after what he was accused of, even after what he pled guilty to, yes, there were people who severed ties with him. We can see that. But not everybody. One of the figures who did not publicly distance himself was Prince Andrew. Andrew's association with Epstein dated back to at least the 1990s, introduced through Epstein's longtime associate Ghislaine Maxwell, who, as we know, was already convicted of her own sex trafficking charges, sentenced to 20 years in prison. But there was documentation between Epstein and Andrew. For example, there was a photograph of the two of them walking together in Central Park, reports of Andrew staying at Epstein's Manhattan mansion, accounts of Epstein visiting royal property. For years, this relationship was framed as a serious lapse in judgment, an embarrassment, but ultimately just a personal mistake. That seemed to change a little bit in 2015. Why? Because it was that year that Virginia Giuffre, this apparent survivor of Jeffrey Epstein, went public with a civil lawsuit. And she alleged that Epstein and Maxwell trafficked her and that she was forced to have sex with Andrew on 3 occasions, including when she was 17. And her allegations were detailed, they were specific. Now, to be clear, Andrew categorically denied them, denying not only the allegations, but even ever meeting Giuffre. It's complicated by the fact that there was a photograph of apparently the two of them together that has been widely circulated, although he seemed to suggest, per the BBC, that he thought that photo might have been doctored or fake in some way. But again, he was never brought up on any kind of criminal charges with respect to this or anything to do with Epstein. You fast forward to 2019. Andrew attempted to counter the narrative publicly in a now infamous BBC Newsnight interview. Instead, I would just say probably proved to be a little more problematic than he thought it would be. His explanations came under a lot of scrutiny, like the claim that, hey, I couldn't have done anything with Giuffre because I was at a Pizza Express that evening at a children's party. Or remember when he tried to refute Giuffre's claim that he was sweating heavily dancing at a bar with her because he said he has this or he had this obscure medical condition or he didn't sweat? Yeah. So what happens? Queen Elizabeth forced her son to step back from public duties. His charities, military affiliations, they were ultimately stripped away. The damage was severe. And the story escalated again, because in July of 2019, Epstein was arrested on federal sex trafficking charges in New York. 1 month later, he died in his jail cell. But that wasn't the end of it. No, the legal reckoning didn't end with his death. 2021, Virginia Giuffre filed a civil lawsuit against Prince Andrew, then.
Yep. I mean, we kind of know what happened from there. But, oh, excuse me.
The A unanimous consent?
Yes, please.
All right, the gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I have a few unanimous consent requests. I would like to submit into the record this New York Times article titled "Alex Pretty's Friends and Family Denounce Sickening
Not
Lies
object.
About His Life." I also would like
Objection.
to submit this Daily Mail exclusive interview with Vice President J.D. Vance titled "J.D. Vance Refuses to Apologize to Alex Pretty's Family After Spreading
objection.
ICE Assassin Claim." One more. My last submission request is a New York Times article titled "FBI Agent Who Tried to Investigate ICE Officer in Shooting Resigns."
Without objection.
Thank you.
The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney General Bondi, I think you and pretty much everybody else here and throughout the country believes that convicted sex offenders don't deserve special treatment or privileges in prison. And yet, Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirator, received perk after perk in prison. In July, she had a 2-day interview with your deputy and President Trump's former defense attorney, Todd Blanche. Just days after that, Maxwell was transferred from a federal correctional institution in Florida to a minimum security camp in Texas, which she, as a sex offender, would normally be ineligible for. At this new facility, as the ranking member talked about, and by the way, it's nicknamed Club Fed, we've heard reports that she's been afforded special privileges: puppy time, private workouts, personal mail, secretarial services. Attorney General Bondi, does a convicted sex offender like Ghislaine Maxwell deserve special treatment and privileges in prison? Yes or no?
Let me be crystal clear on this. No. And
Thank you.
let me keep going. No, let me keep going.
Perfect. Well, I
did not know she was being transferred.
I asked you yes or no.
She was not transferred to a lower
Mr. Chairman,
level.
please stop the clock and remind the witness of the rules. One rule she needs to understand
And I'm
here.
glad that we're agreeing. So when we're agreeing, we can move on to some other things.
When
but
we're
I
not
want you to know that every time she does get these perks,
That's why
and
she
it's been
doesn't answer
publicly
yes or no.
reported, that her
Because they want to move on
the
instantly.
folks she's abused, the survivors who are
They don't want
sitting
an
here,
explanation.
they see themselves
Sorry,
as being denied justice. They feel re-traumatized. And I'm glad that we agree on that. But she should not be in that prison. And she needs to be moved back to a maximum security prison as soon as possible. But what she has told another committee here is that she won't cooperate with them unless she gets clemency from Donald Trump. It's just crazy to consider that she can be wielding this kind of influence within the administration. But that begs the question, who ordered her to be transferred to the minimum security prison that she was ineligible for? Who signed off on the special privileges? Was it Mr. Blanche? Was it one of your other subordinates? So please, can you tell us who sent her there, since you don't agree she should be there?
I said I do not agree she should receive special treatment. She was transferred, I learned after the fact, to the same level facility, and that is a question for the Bureau of Prisons. I was not involved in that at all. The same level facility, I don't know why, but you know, instead of talking about Ghislaine Maxwell, who hopefully will die in prison, you should be talking about Irina Zarutska.
I have a couple
who
of
died
other
on a subway.
Right, and I absolutely...
You don't talk about that.
I have been talking about it and actually helping with these issues. But we're going to move back to you.
I bet we are.
Yes, of course, because you're here to testify. That's what the whole point of this endeavor is. So of course we're moving back to you. It is all about you. So as we've heard, she took the fifth in response to every single question in that committee hearing. And her lawyer dangled the offer of clemency. Should Donald Trump pardon or commute her sentence? Should she be released from prison, yes or no? You said you hope she dies there, so I'm hoping the answer is no.
I already answered that question.
Good. I'm very glad. I really like this bipartisan agreement about
when
what
it
should
agrees
happen
with you. But you don't want to talk about Irina Zarutska. You don't want to talk about
I talk about her
murdered
all
by
the
a
time,
violent crime
but I
offender
am not
in
here
your
to
jurisdiction.
testify before Congress. You are. That is your job today.
You are
That's what you're getting paid for.
obsessed with attack.
Time belongs to
So
the young
I
lady.
want you to know that your own DOJ employee, he's recently been demoted and had some other problems, advises on pardons. Do you think he will be advising Mr. Trump on any kind of clemency or pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell?
I'm not going to speculate, and you couldn't even identify properly. That's why you don't want to talk about Irina Zarutska. You couldn't properly identify her relative.
Love you, buddy.
Absolutely
It's embarrassing.
have been, and her family, by the way, appreciates all of the condolences, all of the help, everything that our law enforcement in North Carolina
So that actually
has been
that
doing.
wasn't about anything. Like, I heard the question once, but she didn't reiterate it. She didn't ask why she's not answering it. It was just it's all theater. It's all theater.
Trace Gallagher is the host of Fox News at Night. Trace.
I've been skeptical of that video all along.
And Jesse, I want to start with a little breaking news. A high-level source at the FBI has just confirmed to me that the Pima County Sheriff's Department has blocked key evidence to the FBI. We're talking about a glove found inside Nancy Guthrie's house along with some DNA. The FBI wanted that evidence so they could take it, analyze it themselves, send it to Quantico to get some faster return. The Sheriff's Department decided to keep that evidence and send it to a private analyst firm in Florida. So clearly that is not going to help the relationship here between the FBI and the Pima County Sheriff, which we know in the early going has been tense at best. You talked about this 2-mile radius. We're talking video, right? Not only is it just the 2-mile radius, but they're now very specific in telling the people who live in the Catalina foothills that what they want here is they want cars that are parked. They want video of cars driving by, people walking by. Anything that seems to be out of the ordinary, they would like that. And they've actually widened the window. You were talking about specific dates, February 1st and January 11th. Now they want video, Jesse, from January 1st to February 2nd, which is interesting because Feb 2nd is a day after Nancy Guthrie disappeared. They would like video like you talked about where the TMZ video that came to them with a man who had backpacks and he looked like he was trying to open a fence and set one backpack down. Reports are that evidence, that person has been cleared, but that is the type of unusual, odd video that the FBI would love to be able to go over because they think it is very pivotal. We spoke to some neighbors around here, and the neighbors tell us, Jesse, that what they were asked for is actually to give the FBI, to give the county sheriffs some idea of the cars that they own, the cars that they drive. It's kind of, you know, the process of elimination so they can get an idea of what cars are driving in and out of this area all the time and what cars are not known to be driving in and out of this area all the time. So we should kind of give you an idea of, you know, the time frame. We were hoping that we'd have more information on video that came from inside the house, around the side of the house, the back of the house. We believe, the FBI believes there is more video available. The question is, when will we get a chance to see anything that might have come out of that, pulling that information from the cloud, Jesse? Trace, you mentioned the glove that I guess there's a turf war over between the sheriff and the FBI. Was that the glove that was found on the side of the road, or are you talking about a different glove?
It's a different glove. This is a glove that was actually inside the house of Nancy Guthrie. We don't know who the glove belonged to. We don't know if it was a random glove, but there was a glove inside the house
that is now being analyzed at a private firm in Florida, and the FBI wanted that glove to be analyzed at Quantico in Virginia. So DNA inside the house and a glove unknown who it belongs to or what the context is on the glove, but a glove that was also inside the house, Jesse.
All right, Trace, thank you.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe.
Yeah, that's gonna be a tough case.
All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Let's continue on here as we are following the latest new information now from the FBI into the investigation of the disappearance of 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie, as they're kind of pinpointing the exact backpack they are looking for, also giving a description of the individual in that FBI surveillance video. And I won't put this up from the FBI Phoenix here on Live Now from Fox, as they are identifying details about the suspect in the kidnapping of Nancy Guthrie. They've been confirmed. Forensic analysis of that doorbell camera footage by the FBI's Operational Technology Division. And they laid this out, what they saw in that video. They're increasing the reward to $100,000. Also, new forensic analysis say it's a male suspect, 5'9" to 5'10" in height, average build. The suspect is wearing a black 25-liter Ozark Trail hiker pack backpack, and that backpack they're kind of narrowing in on, zooming in on, and I want to put this up, what they also posted on social media, as they are hoping that this update description will concentrate the public tips they are receiving since February 1st. They say the FBI has collected some 13,000 tips from the public related to this case. They say every tip is received for credible relevance information that can be acted upon by law enforcement. The threat intake examiners at the National Threat Operations Center, FBI, supporting 24-hour command posts in which dozens of agents, investigators are assigned leads and tips to action each shift. So some big developments here in terms of this. An alert also went out earlier on about exactly what's going on. A 2-mile radius, neighbors close to where the mother of Today Show host Savannah Guthrie went missing. They're asking for additional video. All right, let's continue here on Live Now from Fox. Bring in former NYPD detective, friend of the program, Michael Alcazar. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And they're keying in on the height. They're saying this is a male suspect, but also that backpack. How key could that be?
Yeah, I thought it was just a matter of time before they identified the brand of the backpack, the brand of clothing, his sneakers, basically his whole attire. So that's great because now everyone knows what the backpack is. If anyone's seen this guy before, they'll remember it, including the clothing. But more importantly, investigators are now checking any kind of like local purchases, perhaps, if this guy's local, who carries this backpack, right? And if they do, you best believe that the investigators are going there trying to get like surveillance videos to see if they got any kind of footage of anyone buying that backpack that they can track. Right. And I guarantee they probably already have an image. I'm assuming they did that already and they're processing some images. So that's huge. They could also do it online. Right. If this guy bought it online, they could track that online history, too, just for credit card information. Right. So anything that brings back the information back to the purchaser is a big lead.
Yeah, that is so very true. They're keying in on this backpack to potentially help them in this case. You mentioned some of the details and the close circumference around this backpack. Do they look first in Tucson? Or are they kind of going national? How do they do that exactly?
Yeah, I would imagine they'll start locally and then spiral out, right? Well, they have a lot of agents in this task force now, so there's a lot of people looking. So yeah, I would start locally and just spread out and check out all the stores, people checking online and then visiting the stores. So yeah.
Yeah, that is a very good point. And also, they're kind of keying in on any video, surveillance video. And I want to put this up here on social media. Fox News talking about this. They have seen on that February 1st night, the sheriff wanted to talk to a man with a backpack seen from the video just miles from
that was the one that was cleared.
Night. And these are some of the images of this individual. You can see there with a pair of backpacks trying to almost get over this wall of sorts at a nearby neighborhood. This is about 5 miles down the road in close proximity to the time frame of this. They're also key to say that this is not a person of interest. This is not a suspect. Why in particular is this person, do you think, important to them?
He might be a burglar that's, lurking around the neighborhood. He might have some information. If they find him, identify him, maybe he'll have some, maybe develop a lead, process some information that they get that maybe help capture the actual suspect.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And of course, that video is key because it's from different surveillance video that other individuals have. They're also asking for people within a 2-mile radius around Nancy Guthrie's home. They're requesting video showing vehicles, traffic, pedestrians, or suspicious activity from January 1 to February the 2nd in this 2-mile radius. This is quite a time frame. It's a month long about suspicious activity. Does that tell you that potentially they believe reconnaissance was happened? What else could that indicate?
Yeah, they definitely they don't want to rule that out, right? I knew they were going to go days, weeks, now months back to see if anybody has surveillance video, because if this guy was in the area, we saw that happen with Koberger. He was driving around looking at the house, right? This bad guy was probably driving around the neighborhood, scoping out the residents, and now help develop.
To be honest, if he drove, he parked way away. I don't think he drove that close to the house. If he drove anywhere, he parked way away and hiked. He's wearing footwear that looks like it's meant to be hiked in. It doesn't look like he had a vehicle readily available to take off, which is why I think he was trying to sabotage the camera so that he didn't have to worry about it when he came back.
Develop MO, right? Is he looking at just Nancy's house, or was he just scoping out the whole neighborhood? So they're asking for anybody and everybody.
I'm gonna go get me some chocolate whip topping, the mousse whip topping.
Good morning. Please be seated. The case for oral argument this morning, State versus Murdoch. I believe the clerk of court, Ms. Howard, has already instructed to turn off your cell phones. If you have not, please do so. The courts in South Carolina are open, and we appreciate those who are present and here to observe, not participate. For those present who are not arguing in this case, please do not disrupt the proceedings. Any outburst or disruption will result in sanctions for contempt of court. As we proceed with the argument, just want to notify counsel that on the primary argument, as you begin your 20-minute allotment, 5 minutes will be given without court interruption. So you'll have 5 minutes before we jump in with questions. It's
gonna be tough, Chief.
And we'll have to show some restraint to do that. At the end of the first issue on the post-trial motion for a new trial based on alleged misconduct of the clerk of court, and before we get to the underlying trial evidentiary challenges in that matter, we will take a short break. And I believe, Mr. Harpootlian, you're going to handle the first issue?
Yes, Your Honor.
We're ready to proceed.
Please the court, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. And as I understand your instructions, I get 5 minutes without being interrupted?
That's right.
Wow. Well, first of all, I want to thank the court for, I know what has been a very diligent effort to wade through this record, a 6-week trial, and then a post-trial hearing that went a few days with additional, 2 hearings, I think, with additional record. So this is not a simple matter. But before I get to that, I want to just remark on this. As I came into this courtroom this morning, I'm reminded that half a century ago, I sat right about there as Chief Justice Woodrow Lewis had us stand and hold our hands up to be sworn in as new members of the bar. All of us could fit in this room. That's how long ago that was. But one of the things that impressed me that day was the oath. And part of that oath was that we swore to uphold the Constitution. And as I stand here today, I'm honored to be arguing about how to interpret that Constitution, the Sixth Amendment specifically. And in my opinion, I would suggest the Sixth Amendment may be the most important amendment, because the First Amendment, which gives you the right to speak without government interference, or the Second Amendment, which gives you the right to carry a weapon or have a weapon without government interference, mean nothing without the right to a fair trial and a fair jury. So this matter we're discussing this morning, a fair trial, a jury not poisoned by outside influences, I would submit to you is 51 years ago, as I stood there, I did not realize what I was swearing to do, but I do today. And that is to defend Alec Murdaugh's right to a fair trial. And I've got to admit, in the 51 years since then, I've never seen a factual pattern like this, where the clerk of court, sets out to influence the verdict, to get a guilty verdict for financial gain. Now, I do want to go to the record fairly quickly and summarize it so that there's no misunderstandings. Rhonda McElveen, who's the Barnwell clerk of court, was asked by Becky Hill, the Colleton clerk of court, to assist her during the Murdaugh trial. She testified under oath that she was told by Ms. Hill that she, being Ms. Hill, might write a book because she needed a lake house. A guilty verdict would sell more books. That was said before December of 22. We didn't pick a jury until January of 23. The best way to sell books was a guilty verdict. A guilty verdict would be better for the sale of books. So she explained she had a financial incentive for a guilty verdict. And she also made comments to her like, don't be fooled by the evidence presented by Mr. Murdaugh's lawyer. Watch him closely. Just before he testifies, look at his actions, look at his movements. Identical to the statements that I'm going to read you in just a moment by the jurors as they were questioned. Juror P, on the day Mr. Murdaugh was taking the stand, Becky Hill made a comment, watch his body language. Juror X, prior to Mr. Murdaugh's testimony, Juror X heard Becky Hill say words to the effect of, looks like the defendant's going to testify. This is an important day. This is an epic day. It's rare for a defendant to testify. Juror Z, watch his actions, watch him closely. In addition to that, Juror Z said in an affidavit and affirmed in court that Ms. Hill told her not to be fooled by the evidence presented by Mr. Murdaugh's attorneys, which she understood to mean Mr. Murdaugh would lie when he testified, and that Ms. Hill instructed the jury to watch him, Murdaugh, closely immediately before he testified, including look at his actions, look at his movements, which Juror Z understood to mean he was guilty. Alternate Juror 741. Before the defense put up their case, Ms. Hill told the jurors the defense is about to do their side. They're going to say things that will try to confuse you. Don't let them confuse you or convince you or throw you off. Hill told Juror 741 Murdaugh was going to testify before he testified. That's what the jurors said under oath. That's what the Clerk of Court of Barnwell County said under oath. Judge Toll, from the bench, said at the conclusion of the hearing, asked the question, did Clerk of Court Hill make comments to any juror which expressed her opinion as to what the verdict would be? Ms. Hill denies doing so, and so the question becomes, was her denial credible? I find the Clerk of Court is not completely credible as a witness. Ms. Hill was attracted by the siren call of celebrity. She wanted to write a book about the trial and expressed it as early as November 22, long before the trial began. She denies that this is so, but I find that she stated to the Clerk of Court, Rhonda McElveen, and others her desire for a guilty verdict because it would sell books. She made comments about Murdaugh's demeanor as he testified. She made some of those comments before he testified to at least one and maybe more jurors. The Clerk of Court allowed public attention of the moment to overcome her duty.
Can we consider the egg juror's affidavit?
I'd like you to.
Well, in the record, of course, you mentioned during the hearing, she's across the street. Judge Toll said, no, she's not going to testify. She let the alternate juror testify for impeachment of Ms. Hill. That's
Correct.
what her stated reason for was during the hearing. What was the rationale for her not allowing the egg juror to testify?
I don't know. Because, as you point out, if Juror 741 was to impeach Becky Hill's credibility, now, of course, she was not a deliberating juror.
Well, neither was the alternate.
Correct.
Who did testify.
Correct.
So my question is this, and I'm sure Mr. Waters will cover this. If the egg juror's testimony was just as theoretically impeaching as Juror 70 or the alternate juror's testimony, 741, why wasn't the egg juror allowed to testify?
And I'm not sure that she stated a coherent reason other than she wasn't going to. Remember now.
But she said her affidavit is in the record, so we know what she said, Ms. Hill said,
right.
And we now know what Ms. Hill said she didn't say.
Yes.
So I take that to mean that it was considered. The egg juror's affidavit was considered by the court, and we can consider it.
In our defense, when you look at the record, remember, we were starting off with no one was going to examine anyone under Judge Toll's initial order. And then it was a moving target. Then there was going to be some that were going to be examined. We weren't going to be allowed to examine. Then we were allowed to examine. So it was an evolving process. If she, in fact, considered the egg lady's affidavit, she did not cite it in her order, just as she did not cite Juror Z or 741's statements about do not be fooled, comments about how the attorneys are going to try to deceive you.
The state argues in its brief that Judge Toll, in making specific findings as to certain things jurors did say, was an implicit rejection of the other statements the jurors said Ms. Hill made. What's your response to that?
Well, I would say that's wholly unsupported by the record. I mean, a judge in an order is going to say what they considered, and they should say what they didn't consider and why. This implicitly, I mean, the statements by 741, by Juror Z, and by the egg lady all had bearing on Clerk Hill's credibility and what happened. It's critical. And let me say this also. Even if you didn't have what they said, if a judge, as the jury came in on the day Mr. Murdaugh was going to testify, said, it's an important day, it's an epic day, You better watch how he testifies. And doesn't say that about any other witness, except some sort of charge at the end of the case, or maybe before, but specifically points that out.
Mr. Harpootlian, let me ask you this. Judge Toll placed the burden on your client to prove prejudice in this case. Does Green establish, in a case with external influence on a jury, a different standard and burden of proof than Rimmer and the Fourth Circuit jurisprudence?
No, it does not. It's consistent with Rimmer. All Green says is, we're not going to go through this burden shifting or any of this until we determine whether the statement was inconsequential. I say inconsequential or consequential. And if it is inconsequential, we're not going to go through this analysis. That's all it said. And I'd point out in Green, the process used by Judge Toll of calling all the witnesses up and asking them if it had any influence. Judge Hill, in a footnote in the Court of Appeals Green decision, points out that 606B, he says it's not raised in this case, but should we be asking jurors anything about verdicts? And that's another complicating factor with the process that Judge Toll used. So
that's an interesting point, because Rule 606B says that you can't consider the effect of something on jurors, because otherwise you're invading the thought processes of the jury. But how could the state rebut the presumption without doing that?
Well, I mean, I think very simply, all the other cases that you look at, if you look at like Parker versus Gladden, where a deputy says he's an evil fellow and he's guilty,
right?
They say you can't rebut that. That's not rebuttable, and so he gets a new trial.
But in Parker versus Gladden, they talked about the prejudice.
Well, the prejudice is apparent if you use the standard some of these cases use, which is the hypothetical juror. Would it objectively influence the hypothetical juror? I mean, I think that's what the state has to do, is say these comments would not affect the hypothetical juror.
But in your brief, you also say that the presumption ought to be irrebuttable. Are you standing by that here today? Or are you wanting us to follow Rimmer and Parker and say it is rebuttable, but you have to use the objective standard on an average juror in considering the effect?
Well, it is. I would concede that it should be rebuttable, but in a situation like Parker versus Gladden, I don't know how you rebut it. I mean, it may just be it's rebuttable, but there may not be any way to rebut it. So
in some circumstances, the conduct can be so reprehensible and egregious, it becomes a de facto structural error.
Well, I read your opinion, Rivera, Court of Appeals, on structural error, where the judge refused to let the defendant testify in a death penalty case. And I've digested, or as my wife would say, digested, not digested, I'm sorry, that case and the structural error analysis. And I must say that Mr. Griffin and Mr. Barber and I have had a significant discussion on whether that would be structural error as opposed to not letting a defendant testify in a death penalty case. It could be, but I don't think we need to go there for this opinion, for this case. I think the clerk of court tells everybody that'll listen, I need a guilty verdict. She tells everybody, so I can make money. She tells everybody, so I can buy a lake house. And then she proceeds to talk to jurors, not about inconsequential things, but focus on how to view the defendant's testimony, and to juror Z and to juror 741 into the egg lady, don't believe him, don't believe his lawyers. I mean, that's, I submit, more than enough to meet the Parker versus Gladden standard, or the Cameron standard, or I think it's Bennett, the case we looked at, I just looked at yesterday. All of those are cases in which there's no question what was said wasn't inconsequential, wasn't neutral. It was an effect to influence.
Is it a finding of fact or a conclusion of law by Judge Toll, where she wrote on page 31 of the record, this court further finds that the improper comments made by Clerk Hill were limited in subject and not overt as to opinion? I know you say that language was put in there by the state in its proposed order. I don't want to talk about that because she signed the order. But is her finding that the statements were limited in subject and not overt as to opinion a conclusion of fact or law?
That's a conclusion of fact, which gives rise to a conclusion of law. But that statement is wholly unsupported by the record. And I would submit an abuse of discretion.
And how about her finding that those comments were cured by Judge Newman's overall jury instruction that the verdict was to be based on the evidence presented and the law as he gave it and not on anything else?
Well, then you would never have, as long as the judge gave the appropriate charge at the end of the case, you'd never have a case of jury tampering. You could have somebody bribing a juror, and according to her reasoning, they well, you know, yeah, I took the money, but I'm not going to do what I said I'd do. I mean, I don't believe for a minute that is an appropriate analysis of the law. Whether I believe it or not is really irrelevant.
So the allocation of the burden of proof is not dispositive in your judgment. Even if it was erroneously assigned to you, you believe you met that burden of establishing prejudice because of the nature and frequency, the pervasiveness of these comments by the clerk.
If you use the analysis in both the Court of Appeals decision of Green and then the Supreme Court decision in Green, if you look at the analysis, that's exactly what it is. There's not going to be any burden shifting or anything if it's innocuous, but if it is something other than that, then the burden does shift to the state, and we've met our burden. There's no second. She had a two-pronged test. Second prong was, you know, did it affect the verdict? Well, I mean, if somebody that can't work for Rule 606B for one, but more